Oh, wait, I need to turn my lights on. Give a little bit more color. Oh, I need to. Okay, I think looks good on my end. Make sure everything seems fine. Hi, Deemer. How's it going? Even though we just talked 5 seconds ago. But welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I seen a lull for all of a sudden. Long time no see. Okay, man. Okay, buddy. No need to. No need to act all cutesy about it. Okay. I got me. Long time no see since we're making that joke. He's not focused. Hey, I am focused. Shut up. Who asked you? Honestly, this feels like when we're in VC Lamau. But here's the difference, right? It's the effing delayed, and I'm actually able to draw. It's a mindset thing. Since I'm like on streamer mode versus just yapping mode, I'm able to actually draw, you know? Also, I'm getting paid. Or not necessarily. Actually, no, it is true. I am getting paid. I actually got my Twitch payout like a week ago. I'm like, oh shoot. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks, random view. Thanks, guys. I was able to get 50 smackaroonies. 50 smackaroonies. Let's go. And yes, I actually do get money from Twitch. It's not that much though. This guy hates it. Nah. It's just that a few people, they always just sub to me just cause. I'm like, oh, okay. Like for instance, one person subs to me because they have Amazon Prime or they have like Prime subs. And they're like, yeah, I really watch no one else except for you. So yeah, here you go. I'm like, thanks, man. $50 is a lot for me. Yeah. I mean, it definitely. I'm not saying $50 is nothing. It is something, you know. But in the grand scheme of things, it's like oh yeah, I guess that's like a nice meal or something. Worth it. What do you mean what's worth it? Oh, are you talking about the Patreon I was telling you about earlier, Deemer? It's definitely 100% worth it, okay? Here's the thing. I just let the money sit in my account or in my they pay me out via PayPal. Yeah, I just let it sit there because I'm like, what am I gonna do with this? I've also I did get paid more when I was streaming video games. I mean, during that time, right? I was getting paid a couple hundred, a few hundred every so often. Uh, yeah, when I was doing taxes, I had to like if you make a certain amount, then you have to file it. So yeah, that's when had to file my taxes and whatnot for that. And I had to tell my parents, so yeah, I stream and I made some money off of it, you know? Use it as a piggy bank. I mean, I guess I could. You know what? I could just use that fund for like art courses. Yeah. That's what I'll do. I'll use it for art courses that I want to buy in the future. I mean, technically, if I just want to buy an art course, I just buy it with my own money. I guess I could start using it for that. Or no, actually, I should probably use it to increase quality of the stream. That's what I should do. I mean, I did upgrade some things. Like I have camera upgrade, mic upgrade. Buy me an art course. Heh. Why would I do that? JK, I don't think I have enough time for it, Sai. Bruh. What do you mean good? Listen, man. I'm not gonna give money willy nilly just cause, you know. So this is my thought process, right? If I'm giving money to someone, right, it is for an investment. I'm not as benevolent as you think I am. Technically, I mean the amount of advice I've given y'all, dude. If I were to like have that as like a paid course or whatnot, someone would pay me good money for that shiz, bro. Therefore, I'm not giving you money. I typically do not give people money. I give them advice, I give them ideas, I give them everything else except money. Because that's technically me giving you my time is more worth more, right? I do that welcome. Make memberships. I have no YouTube memberships. I don't have enough viewers. I don't have enough viewership for that. Because remember, right? I make a rough give or take 40 an hour. So if I want to give advice, and if it takes me 30 minutes to an hour, can you pay that much? No, you can't. Therefore, you should be giving me money. Giving me money instead. So yeah, I mean, typically I don't give people money. I think the only time I would legitimately is if it were for like an investment, you know? So for instance, right? Let's say there's an artist or let's say a streamer or whoever, right? Who I think they will do extremely well. Like I see the effing potential, then that's something I'd be willing to invest in, right? Now, does that mean that I want like monetary value in return? Not necessarily, right? It's really dependent on what I'm investing in, like the purpose for it, right? So let's say here's the scenario, right? Let's say there was an artist who I see there is a lot of potential. I'm like, holy shiz. They have like the basis of making amazing stuff and also have like can get a lot of followers and whatnot. But let's say they don't have the equipment, they don't have the funds to really um or let's say they're lacking equipment or they're lacking certain resources. For me, I'm like, that looks like a good investment. I'm able to, pay some of my money, right? So that they're able to unlaunch their full potential. I'm trying to do my best investment side. I don't know, well, yeah. Yeah, that's like a scenario, right? Again, I'm not saying that you need the best equipment, best resources to become a great artist, but here's the thing, right? When you have those resources, what happens? You're able to expedite. You're able to speed up the learning process, right? We have all these great masters, these people that has been doing this for centuries. Why would you want to try to figure it out all yourself and spend the same amount of time where you could learn from their mistakes, you could learn from their quote unquote discoveries so that you're able to learn faster? It's kind of like the idea that we stand on the shoulder of giants. That's why, in my opinion, the most important, no, I shouldn't say the most important, but the hugest investment is education's skills. If I'm able to pay some money in order to obtain a skill, I think it's worth it, especially if it makes you a lot of money in the background or a lot of money, or if it increases your skills so significantly where it again, it shortens the amount of time. Instead of like 10 years getting to your like potential, you're able to take like 2. That is definitely hella worth it, even though you have to pay a lot of money for that education. So I understand why education is expensive. Because you're not just paying someone for their time, you're paying them for their skills, their expertise, the years that it took them to do the thing. It's like saying, let's say you get locked out of your house and a locksmith comes over here, and then it takes them, I don't know, like 2 minutes to get it open. And you're like, holy shiz, why am I paying so much for this locksmith who spent 5 or like a few minutes doing that? Well, you're paying for a service, and for them to get to that skill level, it has took them so many years and hours that if you were to do, it wouldn't be where like you would easily pay up the difference because this is something that you're not gonna do all the time. You're paying them for their skills and their expertise, not necessarily the time that they're spending. So that's something to like really think about. I mean, that's why understand why art commissions, people like, oh damn, why is it $200-$300? Like it's the same thing. You are paying them not for the amount of time that they spent. You're paying them for their expertise on that thing, their skill. And that's why I'll never do art commissions, because I don't got that skill. And yeah, there again, the amount of time it would take me to make something that someone would be willing to pay a lot of money for, again, I could put that amount of time into just working my regular job and get paid significantly more. And I mean like significantly more. It's not always about the money, you know? It's not always about the money, but money is important. But what I'm trying to get at is I'm willing to pay money, even though it's kind of pricey, for education. For me to get ahead, to obtain skills. And essentially you're paying what? A People deem it like a ignorance tax. That's why like experts are really, really important. They make it easier. They're able to teach you something fairly quickly. And another thing is they're able to give you feedback. That is the huge reason why um the biggest difference between paid versus unpaid you know information or education or whatnot is the feedback loop. Paid, you get feedbacks from the professionals. That is what makes it extremely valuable. Not saying that the knowledge set, the tools that they give you isn't. You're able to find something fairly comparable that's free. It's just you have to parse through it, so that's more time, right? But the biggest value is the feedback that they're able to give you. Legitimately, that is the primary thing that you're paying for with these courses, or certain courses, live courses, I should say. And live courses are fairly expensive, and it's because they do give you feedback. But again, for me, it's worth the trade off. And it's so, or some of the resources out there that you have to pay for is extremely reasonably priced. Extremely, extremely. Like kind of like how I was saying before, like Guwei's Patreon. Dude, that is so effing worth. It is so worth the $5 a month. The amount of knowledge that you're able to get. And the thing is, you could literally what? You can literally just like go to his Patreon, download a lot of his videos, right? And then just stop your Patreon subscription for like a few months. And then once you finish watching all of them, he'll have new content and whatnot. And that's when you could just subscribe and just download all his stuff again. Like you could do that with him. How do I watch Whip? Like what? Work in progress for what? Oh, for the Patreon? Does he post work in progress videos? Um, I don't know if he does, but the thing that he does have walkthrough videos. So let's say you like a certain drawing and he might make a video of how he'll walk you through his process and explain it. And he's very good at verbalizing, like him explaining what he does and why he does it. He's really, really good about doing that. But yeah, he posts video I think like once a month, once or twice a month. But again, he has so much content in there, you don't have to worry about running out anytime soon. But yeah, if you go to the timeline on Patreon, you should be able to just watch any of his videos. And again, I think actually no. Out of everything, like I would say like all the things that I've like bought, I think the thing that I've gotten the most information out of is actually Wiston's um his recorded class about figure drawing. I think I got so much value out of that. And again, the amount of information that he gave for how much money I paid, it is so worth it. And then he had a whole separate course about hands and feet that I took. That was worth it too. Like the amount of time it would have taken me to try to learn all that would be like 1,000 times longer. But one thing I do want to do in the future, I would rather have go and do a live class, a live lecture class. Because one thing that he always talks about is that his classes are slightly different. Yes, even though it's the same information, he touches on he teaches it slightly different. The fundamentals, like the basis, is still there, but he kind of plans it, or he talks about certain things depending on, the class. Let's say the class is like the whole general class is really good about everything except for this one small part, then he'll spend time talking about that. And then another thing that's extremely valuable is he give critiques. So what he'll do, you'll give homework, right? Then he'll actually draw over it and give critiques. So it's not just lecture, it's lecture with homework while he critiques you. That's extremely valuable. But it's kind of pricey though. A live class is like 600 USD for a few weeks, I think. And for me, that's definitely something I could pay really easily. But I personally do not think I'm at an area where now I would still benefit if I were to take it right now, but I feel that at my current skill, it's not warranted just yet. And what I mean by that is I would rather be at a place where I am kind of like stuck, right? Like, let's say I've been drawing, like, okay, I don't know how to improve on gesture draw or not gesture drawing, on like figure drawing. Or okay, I know all these things and it's pretty good, but I've like plateaued kind of. Once I get to that point, that is when I'm going to, do the class, the live lecture class. And that is what I would want. Because then, right, I would be able to really utilize everything. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is I want to get better first before even trying that. Because generally speaking, right now, I generally know where I'm lacking, right? When it comes to figure drawings or whatnot. Generally speaking. So it's kind of like saying, okay, why would I want to pay someone to tell me an issue that I already know I have? Maybe it's that he's able to give good solutions for it, yeah. But I might as well, I would rather get to a point where like, oh yeah, my figures are really good, and then him coming over here to me and be like, yeah, no, they're actually really trash, or like, well, they could be better with because of these reasons. I think I would benefit way more from that. So that's why I'm not like jumping the gun. I'm trying to pay for the course now. But yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. Demon actually listens to me. Dude, watch him become a painter god, dude. Dude, give him a few months. Oh my goodness, bro. Start blowing up on social media and everything. I can't wait to see it. Let's change things. But I will say though, there are some courses that I don't like, quote unquote. I don't feel that it's quote unquote worth it. However, I'll say this much. Um, they, I'll say each course that I've taken, it definitely has given me some new insight, some new information. And sometimes that's all you need. You just need that one key piece, and then you unlock like your potential, or you think that unlocks your potential. But what I really think what it is that you have all these pieces, kind of like from like a puzzle, and all the previous things that you learned or gathered or whatnot. You've been collecting pieces of those puzzles, and then that course or that piece of information that you get, or that realization, you're like, holy shiz, that's the thing that did it for me. I mean, I guess you could say I would say it's more of that was a final piece of the puzzle that you needed So I'm not saying that that you shouldn't. There's only specific courses or specific things that you should pay for. Because it will help you in the long run. Or generally, it'll kind of help you what's good, what's not. Now, here is the big thing when it comes to like networking, or this is why it's really important to network or have a community or whatever, be part of a community, is because it helps you. In this sense, it helps you parse through all that information. So remember, I'm telling you about his Patreon, right? Goy's Patreon. How I say it's worth it and whatnot. Because of me, right? Because you know me, I'm able to save you, Deemer, some time and some like actually probably a lot of time compared to you just looking at YouTube videos here and there, whatnot. Not saying that they're bad, but you have to parse. You have to go through a lot to find gold, right? Now I'm saving you all that time and effort by saying, "Oh yeah, there's this guy. This is good. This is bad. This is whatever," right? So this is why knowing people is good, or like networking with people is good, because they could give you some insight about certain courses. They say, "Oh, this course is good. This course is bad. This course is like whatever. Oh yeah, definitely listen to this one. This is so worth it." They're able to parse a lot of that information for you, and it saves you a lot of time and money, right? It's like, oh, they suffered through it, so you don't have to. So might as well get valuable information from that, right? Or that will save you time and money. So it's not just necessarily, okay, I need to just do this. Or it's important to build relationships, or like have those relationships or those connections so that people are able to assist you, or they're able to give you extremely valuable information that will save you so much time and money in the long run. And here's the thing, right? That's one of the reasons why I like to do that, give a lot of information. Is why. It's two reasons. So number one is build a community, help people, blah blah blah, feel good, etc., whatever, right? Or the aspect of building social credit, in the sense that if someone talks about me, they think highly of me, or if they need anything, they're like, oh yeah, just talk to this guy, he's good. I get not I get like references, not references. I get referred. I get referrals. Like, this is the effing business. Holy shiz. But I guarantee you, if someone asks something about STEM, right? Something medical related, you're like, oh yeah, you could ask him Evo Kize. He knows, you know. So that's number one. I could get referrals, even though this is not an effing business, but you know it is, right? And number two, so that builds social credit. Number three, right? There is now an exchange. Oh, since this person helped me out so much, it's this kind of like obligatory thing. It's like, oh shoot, now I want to give something in return. Give and take. I feel bad if I don't give him something in return. Or when I ask, right? When I ask someone for something, they're more willing to do it because, again, social credit. But again, it's a fine balance, though. playing the long game, trying to get return in my investments. ROI, right? Or hell, I mean, like to be honest, right? Like, I mean, I think that's one of the things is like me getting fan art of like my unfinished OCs. Honestly, I think one of the reasons why is because like, hey man, I mean, definitely it is like the reaction. You're like, oh, this guy's getting pissed because I am because it's not I think finished, bro. Like, what the hell? But I think it's or one of the reasons why I'll do it. Not only to make me pissed, but I think it's just because you're like, damn, I wanna make something for him. You know, it's the aspect of being able to like return a favor. It's like a very human thing because I provided y'all with so much value or quote unquote value. It's just like very instinctual. And again, my intention is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this so I can get fan art. That's not my intention. It just happens. Or when I say something, bro's lying, hell nah. Or he wants it. No, shut the fuck up. What you think I played like I'm playing 5D chess, being like, okay, I'm gonna help these guys so that I could whatever art I ask them to make, they'll make it for me. Like, no, what the fudge? My foresight isn't that amazing, okay? That's insane. I'd become an oracle if that were a thing, bro. Quit everything and just tell people what their futures will be. They'll pay me so much effing money if I were to do that. Holy shiz. Oh, now I think he is. Shut the fuck up, bro. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for me is I've always had the inclination to always share something that I'm passionate about, something that I love. I think that's everyone. It's an aspect of, let's say you watch a really good show, really good movie, or there's just a majoring like game that you just played. And what's the first thing you want to do other than like playing and enjoying that thing? Instinctually, we want to share it. We want to share that passion with someone else. And then you know, fanboying, fangirling over it for hours. It's a very human thing to do. You're just like so overwhelmed with this emotion that you just have to share it. It's like a overfilling cup. You're pouring into a cup that's already full, it's just gonna pour out. Whoops. And for me, that is how I feel about knowledge. Like ever since I was young, I've always in a high pitched voice, right? Imagine young Ibukize going up to people, be like, "Did you know? Actually, how's that good?" I mean, I don't think that really comes to as a surprise to anyone here. I think everyone's like, "Yep, that checks out," or I wouldn't be surprised. And the reason why, even though like no one asked, reason why is because I just had this fascination when I learned something incredibly, something so incredible, something that was life altering. I just wanted to share with people. Even if it's like a stupid math equation, I'm like, holy shit, this is incredible. Oh my gosh, how this works is so fun. It's just there's a natural inclination for me to just share that knowledge. Just because it can make such a huge impact, right? When you knowing this one little thing can literally alter your life. And that's the thing about knowledge. It's incredibly powerful. The whole aspect of knowledge is power is so, it's like it's just such a cliche to say, right? But when you actually think about it, think about history, what has happened, how knowing one small thing is literally all life altering, whether it's in the aspect of war, whether it's an invention or innovation, whether it's a freaking stocks. Knowledge is power. Yeah. And then when I have the opportunity to share that knowledge, I just I just geek out. I just can't stop myself, man. And it's twofold, right? Not only am I able to teach, like talk about something that I love so dearly, something that I'm very passionate about, but also I'm able to help them. I'm able to change their lives. I'm able to make a huge impact. And to me, that is, I get so much satisfaction from that. Because yeah, that's all about, help people, blah blah blah, whatever. I mean, yeah, sure, you gotta help people in so many different ways. But for me, the aspect of able to give them some sort of new insight, new knowledge that will forever change the trajectory of their life, and them having a better outcome because of that, seeing that small little information I gave them, that means so much. That gives a lot of purpose in my life, such benevolence. So I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why I'm so good at teaching, why I'm passionate about teaching, why I go on tangents on certain things. They're like, okay, buddy, relax. It's just that's how I share my passions. Well, it's not that it's typically it's prompted, right? I don't just randomly talk about, I don't know, chemicals. There has to be something that sparks it, whether it's a conversation, whether it's someone asking about a certain thing, or the topic comes in and we're like, oh yeah, I have knowledge on this. Literally become a Wikipedia page real quick. And here's the thing as well, right? I've never monetized my knowledge, or me sharing my knowledge. I monetize my skills, that I but not necessarily. I mean, I guess my knowledge is like a skill set. Being able to teach. I mean, I guess so. But that's one thing I have not monetized. I definitely could, but there's a lot of people who already does that, Contradicting myself. Yeah, I mean, that's why I had to backpedal, bro. Listen, I make mistakes too. I'm only human after all. I'm only human after all. Oh shit, so that's bad. Start spinning. It's beyond me. But yeah. The thing is that's really funny. People will think I would like do teaching as a career. Like get full-time paid just teaching. And I'll be honest, I think if I were, I would be so effing good at it, bro. Literally the test marks or whatever would be like so high. I feel it, bro. I feel like I'd be such a good teacher. But, you know, here is I guess the issue with that, right? Is that not everyone will listen, which is fine, right? But let's say you give someone really good information, but they don't act on it. They don't practice it. They don't, you know, that's the thing that like infuriates me the most. Not them not listening to me, not them saying I don't know that I don't effing care. I'm like, okay, whatever. Whatever you say, man. That doesn't really piss me off. The thing that pisses me off the most is, let's say I give advice, give knowledge. Like I spent all this time and effort, right? And then they show like promise. They understood the assignment, or they understood like the thing extremely well. And then one thing I tell them to do is practice this. Hey, get this in your brain. Hey, make sure you do this so you don't effing forget. Hey, make sure, and again, and they see the power. They see how the knowledge set that I have given them has that it makes sense to them. Not only does it make sense to them, but they're able to utilize it right then and there. They're like, holy shiz, this is like I've unlocked a new superpower type of thing, right? And then they effing neglect all that information. It's like they knew it works and they decide not to do anything about it, not to foster that. Because I can only do so much, right? I could put all my time and effort, and if they're not willing to actually practice the things that I teach or the things that I've like encouraged them to, that is the thing that infuriates me the most. Because you effing see, like, the thing is, like, after you see them, the light bulb go in in their noggin, in their brain, and you could see, oh my gosh, I've just helped unlock this person's potential. Holy shiz. I'm so excited to see what they're gonna do with that. How, like, the things they could accomplish, right? And then they do absolutely nothing with that. They just use it as like, oh yeah, this was kind of fun, but they don't really foster that skill. They don't hone it. They just leave it there, and then, you know, the saying, if you don't use it, you lose it. And then they like forget about it, or they're like, how do you do this again? That is, to me, that is the most infuriating thing. That is the most disrespectful thing you could do, in my opinion, to someone, or to like a teacher. You essentially spat in my face. Actually, no, that's worse than spitting in my face. Spitting in my face only takes like 2 seconds, right? Me actually teaching you all that stuff will take hours. And then you spit in my face. That's really disrespectful. Or especially it's especially, oh my gosh, this is the worst, right? Especially if they ask you for your help. If they don't understand a certain thing and they came to you, then you're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I can help you out, right?" And then they're the ones who ask you and everything, and then they don't listen. You're like, "What the fudge? You effing went out of your way to ask me, and you're not gonna listen? Hello? Excuse me?" See, if it's unsolicited, okay, I understand, right? If it's unsolicited advice, they're like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to you." I'm like, "Okay, you know what? That's very valid." But if they come and ask you, and then they disregard everything you said, even when they went out of their way to ask you. So yeah. So yeah, literally, if someone does that to me once, dude, it's GG's. Or if I tell them something and they don't like, they actually do not listen, even me, like, it's not like, oh, one and done. Then whatever they like in the future, if they ask me or whatnot, I'm gonna be like, no, you lost my trust. There's no second chances. I've been burnt, and I gave you so much. I've already spent so much time in doing all this. It's not worth it. It's not worth me getting burnt again. That's the thing that really riled my feathers. Hell, you can insult me, my culture, my parents, freaking whatever. You know, I don't get offended easily. I don't get angry super easily, right? But that wasting my time by doing that, now that really pisses me off. Because I could have spent all that time doing something more worth my while. And that's the thing, right? What is the most valuable thing in human life? It's our attention. It's our time. So you literally wasted my time. The most valuable asset. Therefore, you're dead to me. Ticking clocks, yeah. Again, I mean, I'm pretty patient, man. I put up with a lot of BS. Or I'm willing to put up with a lot of BS. But yeah, but if you're actively wasting my time, yeah. Oh my god. Now, do you want an actual answer? Oh my gosh. Because in health, I think of health in three buckets, three realms, three pillars, right? And if one of these pillars are off, then you will not be healthy, just overall, right? And then within these buckets, there's smaller buckets. Now I gotta do something. Okay. Then I'm not gonna talk about it then. I mean, okay. And that's one of the reasons why, right? That you don't really see me e-begging, right? In the sense that if someone just doesn't like what I have to say, they leave my stream, I don't really care. Or if I scare them off or whatever. They're not what they say, they're not worth my time. Why am I going to chase down a stranger that just said one word in stream? Because I want more viewership? I really don't care. I have better things to do. I'd rather use that time and effort on something or someone who actually matters to me, or on the relationships that I do have, you know? Okay. I see that Deemer in the Discord server got it. Nice. Yeah, Deemer, you can also download the videos. There's the YouTube links, and also you can download the videos as well. Make sure, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a great thing. You can literally download everything and just stop the subscription for a long time. And let's say you watch all of it, you're like, okay, now I need more content. You could just resubscribe and just get all the new content. But make sure you download like all his other stuff too, if you're gonna do that. And again, he doesn't effing mind, bro. I think that's one of the things he said you could do. Like you don't have to support him all the time. Literally could download, get all the links or whatnot. See, dude, that's something I would want to do. I think that'd be so cool to do. That would be the dream. Again, the content that he has, it's not like slop. It's still good. It's not slop, man. It's not slop. True. That's why you should sub to Fumi's Patreon. I don't have a Patreon. Okay, number one, what kind of value am I gonna provide? I don't think okay, because number one, I don't think strangers would really like pay for me. Number two, I don't have a big enough audience, right? To make it worth, creating a Patreon, making content. It's not worth it for me right now. But let's say I had a big enough following, I'm able to make like actually make some money out of it that's worth the time investment. I would. But yeah, it's not gonna be a thing. Or what is it? What if I become a Dojin artist? What is? But yeah, right now I am not. I'm letting you know right now, I'm not worth paying money for. Because there's other people who could provide you with a similar service, or no, a better service already right now. I guess the only big difference is you're not getting the Ibukize flare. That's why, I mean, generally speaking, let's say someone needs help on a certain thing or whatnot, I just send them to different resources. Yeah, sometimes the content that is free can explain it way better than I can. Sometimes, not always. Like if someone asks me about rendering, I'll be honest. I'll be like, I have no idea. You need to go somewhere else. I'm not the best resource for that. And literally, the biggest advice I give to people is do more. Literally, volume. You think you're doing a lot now, you're not. That's literally that's the biggest thing, right? It's about volume. Maybe like, okay, maybe the one thing I could help is analysis, right? Being able to analyze things or to think about certain things, because I don't think a lot of people think. Hi, you got me. Welcome back. What I mean by that is, let's say they get a reference, right? People just copy the reference. They don't actually analyze or think about, okay, how does this work? Why does this work? What are key proponents? They just copy it rather than really thinking about why are we picking this or how to break down a reference. In order to develop that skill, it takes a lot of time. It does take time, but once, and a lot of it has to do with observations, right? It's about having knowledge and observation skills. I mean, I said this before and I'll always say it. The most valuable skill or the biggest skill that an artist could have is the skill of observations and analysis. If you have those skills, quite literally, nothing can hold you back. Or in terms of like what you want to draw. Because if you have those skills, you could figure it out. Now, at that point, it just becomes a matter of practice. How much are you willing to practice? Or feedback loops, right? How do I increase the repetitions to increase the feedback loop as fast as possible? Now, maybe though, again, those aspects could be something that people don't really think about. No, people maybe probably do. I guess that's like something that I'm very big on, right? And it's definitely not a process that is for the faint of heart. It's quite literally, it's quite literally the advice of someone asking, "How do I get good at drawing?" And the response is by drawing. They're like, "Wait, what? That's it?" You're like, "Yeah, that's it." They're like, "Really? It's that simple?" Yeah, it's literally that simple. but it's so effing hard to execute. It's like same thing like with fundamentals. Learning fundamentals easy, right? I mean, it's supposed to be. It's the whole the whole idea of fundamentals is that it should be very straightforward. People, anyone should be able to understand, right? But the execution of those fundamentals while doing so, that's difficult. It's actual execution. And I think that's with a lot of things. The theory behind it is easy. Actually using it in practical sense is where it becomes difficult. It is simple, but the amount of work and dedication isn't. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna use the restroom. I got a BRB. Ugh. Hey, bed. Welcome. What was I talking about? Thank you, thank you. But yeah. No. You're saying I'm a mother? I'm a mother of what? 200? How many subs I have? 200. God damn. Be honest. What do you consider me a you think I'd make a good tiger mom? Maybe. Why do you say maybe? I feel like how I talk and my mindset is that of a tiger mom's. You can do better. B is for bad. A is for average. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. Italian Ibu isn't real because he can't hurt you. What do you mean Italian? That's true, but it could be worse. I've seen worse. Goddamn. I mean, okay. The thing is, right? If you want to be exceptional, you have to make a lot of sacrifices, right? If you want to be average, then you could, keep it balanced, keep it healthy. Again, it's really dependent on what your goals are, and at the end of the day, right? If you want to be good as fast as possible, then yeah, you should definitely turn it up a notch. Meaning that if you're trying to make it your livelihood, then all your actions should indicate that even though here I am practicing all the effing time, like I'm trying to make this my full-time job, but I'm not. It's just I'm just that dedicated. I mean, I understand with like the Asian, the tiger mom mentality is they want their children to be the best. I mean, I guess so. But again, if you really want them to be exceptional, you have to make them sacrifice everything. It's so good. I'm not addicted, man. I'm not addicted. I don't know what you're spewing out. What BS you're spewing out, bro. I'm not addicted, dude. I could stop whenever I want, bro. Actually, no, I can't. That's an effing lie. I'm stuck here and I don't know how to get out. And that is not that's not a quote from a porno, okay? I'm literally stuck in here and I literally cannot get out. I'm already too far gone. But yeah, that's the thing with me. Again, I think the reason why whatever topic that I really put myself into, I get far or I'm quote unquote higher than normal is because I throw myself into it. I essentially go hard. Isn't that right, Fizzy? AKA when I was doing me game streaming, I'll do it so again, the amount of volume that I did was insane. People are like, bro, how are you still alive? I literally went to sleep, had a full day at work, I come back and you're still streaming. Even the Emperor himself cannot make me pull out. Yeah, they would have to execute me, bro. No, no, no. Even if I were dead, if I were executed, bro, not even death could hold me back. So cooked, bro. Remember, right? This is the intensity that I'm doing now with me not making this my full time. Imagine so imagine if I were to actually try to make this a career. If I was trying to like no game or like no life art. If I'm already this dedicated for just a hobby. Just a hobby, right? I want you to let that sink in just a little bit. I'm actually kind of scared, dude. Thinking about it. What is that from? I don't know what you got me. I don't know, man. I ask you got me. But in all honesty, I think people who are incredible, right? The people who we think, oh my gosh, they're gods at art. They essentially, I mean, they literally know life art, bro. They're always effing drawing, like all the effing time. It is literally their life. They do nothing else except for like effing draw. Low key, actually no, high key. I mean, they might do things here and there, but they just do it for a lot longer. Yeah. I think the last time I did this. If I could archive such a state, I would die happy. Oh, achieve a state, I mean, because I will be dead when I achieve it. God damn. Hi, Shratha, welcome. But you know what? I'm actually glad I'm not trying to do art full time. There's multiple reasons. But I think the biggest one is to show people that if you want to achieve something, if you want to be exceptional, you have to be willing to sacrifice a lot. You need to be super focused, right? If you are spending a lot of time in like 7 categories, you're going to be, stretched too thin. You need to focus on the few things that you really want to get good at. So you need to start snipping and cutting off. Again, that's why I stopped playing games. That's why I stopped video editing. I decreased the amount of time that I do actually cooking. Like, I spend a lot of time cooking. Now I don't. Why? It's because of art. Because I'm spending, I literally started snipping all the parts or pruning all the parts of my life where I'm like, if I want to get good at this, I have to make sacrifices. And again, this is just a hobby. This is not my full-time job. I'm not trying to make a living off of this. Now, people that are trying to make a living off of this, they're still unfocused. They're trying to do all these different things. Yeah, because he's been drawing for so long. Hey, Aldo. So, no, it's not. It's not motivation. It's not willpower or motivation. I'm just extremely systematic. Or at least, or I should say it like this, right? I understand what is needed. And let me reiterate, I'm not doing this effing full time. I'm not trying to make a living off of this. AKA, I'm putting everyone to shame who says they want to be a full-time artist. I'm literally the people who says they want to get good at art. I look at them and be like, no, you don't. If you truly wanted to, then all your actions would say otherwise. Words are not saying words are useless, but I'm just saying actions speak a lot louder. Hi Diva, welcome. But yeah. You know what? I'm the effing benchmark. You know what? Yeah. I'm gonna make myself the effing benchmark. Okay. If I am drawing more than you, if I'm spending more time and effort than you who wants to be a full-time artist, you have to reconsider your career path. Either you need to freaking wise up. I am the effing benchmark. If I'm spending all this time and effort when I'm not trying to make a living off of this, then what the hell are you doing then? You know? Now, am I ever thinking of ever switching over, trying to make this full time? No. Yeah, if you draw more than me, you're no. I mean, I guess so, yeah. If you're not trying to be a full time. You say the gate guardian? Hell yeah. No, didn't you say art is a mistake? Yeah, art is a mistake. I'm stuck here. Art is an effing mistake. Don't do it. Bad investment. Really, really, really bad investment, bro. Don't do it. Yeah, I'm telling you not to. I'm already stuck here. There's nothing that I could do about it. But you can. I'm stuck here loving you. Or nah. This is an abusive relationship. I'm stuck in an abusive relationship chat. Why did I do this angle? Oh well, we'll make it work. Ebu is in it for the love of the game. No, God damn. I want to leave so badly. You don't understand. I'm trying to find the effing exit. Wait, you know the song like "Stuck in Room," right? Or the room fudge. What's that? Mm. Oh, looping the rooms. This song. Literally me, bro. I'm stuck here. I can't get out, man. I can't find the effing exit. Where the hell is it? Where's the goddamn exit, man? I've been looking for years. Oh yeah, I'm in the back rooms, all right. I'll start practicing from today. There you go. That's what I like to hear. Chat, you need y'all. If you want to be full time, you need to be drawing more than me. Anyways, how do I become a consistent streamer? Pick a time and then just stream. Have a set schedule. And make sure another thing, right? Is you want to set yourselves for success, meaning you want to make it as easy as possible. You want to what we call friction, right? You want to make sure that whatever task that you're trying to do, you glide into it. It becomes seamless. So number one, reduce all the points of friction. Number two, have a schedule, have something. And then let's say you're talking to your your chatters or whatnot, make that promise like, hey guys, I'll see you tomorrow or whatever. And then another thing, to make it as easy as possible for you as well, come up with a plan. Okay, what are my goals for this stream? And depending on what your goals are, right? If you want to increase viewership, if you're trying doing this for another thing, blah blah blah, whatever, then you need to start looking into those things. I wouldn't say you need to start optimizing everything. For now, optimization comes later. The first thing is just get consistency. Once you get consistency down, then you can start thinking about optimization. Your first thing shouldn't be right off the bat about optimization. You're gonna burn out real quick. Igami is going to stream. You have a rival now, Ibu. Not really. And the reason why I say not really is because the viewer base is gonna be very different, right? God damn. Because I wouldn't say that per se. I dropped a a damn, my English is now down gutter. Same. Okay, chat. Listen, I am not your typical art streamer. Okay, if anyone wants like the very typical, hey guys, welcome to the stream. Like, oh my gosh, thanks for coming. Oh my gosh, art dad, show me your art. I'm not like that. I'm literally, bro. If you're not drawing more than me, dude, what are you doing with your life? Start drawing, or don't do art. Literally, pick up stripping. You'd be happier stripping than doing art. Yeah, so our viewer bases will be extremely different. I'm just here. Hell no. I'm here discouraging people. Literally, literally, I'm just making people feel bad. That's all I'm doing. High key, bro. I'm like low key. It's like me gatekeeping. I'm gatekeeping hard. I mean, of course, it's dependent what their goals are, right? If they just want to draw, make little doodles because they have fun, it's a form of escapism. That's okay. That's fine. Like you can go do that. I'm not saying that's wrong of you to do. You know, everyone has like different intentions. But let's say you want to get better or you want to make it a full-time thing. That's where my um that is where I become brutally honest, be like, don't do it. How to handle a radio, you know, say thanks, introduce who you are to the viewers, ask about how did the stream go, what did you do, and then try to transition back to you or link it, you know. The thing is, you want to make the transition as smooth as possible when you're getting raiders, because majority of the time, I would say like 80 to 90% of the viewers would leave unless you make that smooth transition, introduce yourself. You know, you're trying to hook them in. Why should they keep watching you? Not just because someone rated out to you, but why you? You know, so those are things that you want to think about. But you know, just say thanks, ask about how the stream went, introduce yourself, and talk to the new viewers. You know, interact with them. It's not too difficult. Gaslight, gas, gaslight, gatekeep, boss girl, baby. What's up? I know all that. My intentions are to make sure the cost, the cost of doing art, the cost of wanting to be good, to get a job, to be exceptional. Again, that's the thing. If you, I feel like I see this all the time. If you hear, if you look at the word exceptional, you're not the average. You're above. What does that mean? That means how you live your life is not going to be normal. It really isn't. If you are the quote unquote normal artist, right? The average. Like who wakes up in the morning and be like, oh, okay, time to be the most average artist. Who does that? Who wants that? I mean, if you want that, sure, go ahead. But I don't know how well that will service you on your endeavors. Me? And then yeah, go ahead. Let's say you don't want to be average, you want to be exceptional. Then your life should reflect that. Your action should reflect that. Art is about waking up, dreading on what to draw. Then you either draw or shiz yourself. That's what I'm saying. Having systems in place. Like when I come on stream, I'm not here like, oh, what should I draw? I mean, I was like that for a long time. Then I'm like, I wised up and I'm like, okay, I need to do systems. I need to have a system in place so that when I do come and when I draw, I generally know what to do instead of spending 2-3 hours thinking about what to draw. I'm actually spending that time legitimately drawing. And then coupling the ideas of what should I draw or planning out when I'm exercising, when I'm eating, when I'm doing a different action. So I'm able to optimize my time. Are you an artist because you're a professional procrastinator, or are you a professional procrastinator because you're an artist? Oh goddamn, I don't know, man. That's a tough cookie to crack. I'm the most average artist ever. Oh, you know that the ad, the alcohol ad? He is the most, you know, most interesting man on earth. I don't drink often, but when I do, I drink this one. You know what I'm talking about, right? But yeah, again, I don't think I'm necessarily gatekeeping from you doing art, becoming an artist. It's more in the fact of doing it professionally, trying to make it your living, trying to get a living wage off of it, or to be really, really good, or to improve. Yes, people say it's a journey, blah blah blah, burnout, whatever, jada jada, whatever. Yeah. But again, what are your goals? If you want to be along, if you just want to take your time, enjoy the process, yeah, go ahead, go do that. You could have a balanced and be average. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. There really isn't. I'm not saying that's a bad option. It's just that don't complain. Don't effing complain that you're so bad at art. You need to work on these things while you're spending majority of your time playing games, watching anime, doing other things. That's the thing. Like people love complaining rather than actually doing. I'm doing both. You could do you complaining about about being bad at art while constantly doing art rather than just sitting on your butt moping about it. Look right here. Oh, that seems kind of long. So yeah. Um so I don't think I'll really get a big following on social media. Because you know how people are, oh, follow your dreams. Do this, do that. Oh yeah, man, you could do it. I'm over here being like, yeah, buddy. If you want to, you literally have to sacrifice everything. If you want to be exceptional. Keyword exceptional. Exceptional. No, yeah. But yeah, I'm not as insane as it makes it seem I'm very insane about art. I mean, yes, but still, there are certain things I will not compromise. So, for instance, when I need to exercise, I will exercise. My health isn't worth sacrificing art, or my health isn't worth sacrificing for art. So, if it's an option between sleep and art, I will sleep. What the fuck? Yeah, better than it. Yeah. I mean, I think one big thing is health. A lot of artists who are like no gaming or no lifing art, that's a big thing that they neglect, their health. Then they have all these chronic issues. And if they took better care of their health, it wouldn't be a huge issue. Like, look at the manga industry, bro. They're unhealthy as fuck. But again, look at their skill level, bro. They're so exceptional. Everyone looks at me like, holy shit, they're so good at drawing. They're so and then and again, it's because the reason why they're so extraordinary, they live extraordinary lives. It is their effing that is all their life. They literally do nothing else. They neglect their health in terms of that. And I think that's why and Japanese embodies that so effing well is refine the hell out of that one thing. So they just do that thing over and over and over and over again. I'll exercise soon, even though I am fasting. Sigh. Yeah, this is gonna be rough. It is indeed flopping. The manga industry is dying. Yeah, that's why we got AI, baby. You have to think about it, right? The the insanity of trying to do everything in like a week. Storyboarding, actually drawing, then scanning, doing cleanups, and then sending it to the editor, make sure everything is good, and then start printing every week. every effing week. The stress, the amounts, the things they have to do is so crazy high. But again, that's why they're so effing good. It's because they're constantly doing. Also, I really like the movie Look Back, right? You could see how much, like, when they're like drawing, they're doing like how much of their life was just straight up just drawing. They literally no life drawing. They put all their skill points into drawing and they became exceptional. People wants to get to that level. Some people don't. That's okay. Dependent on what your goals are. But I'll say this though. um Being in a community does definitely help with in terms of like consistently trying to draw a lot. So let's say you have someone, right? Someone that you know, and then let's say they're constantly drawing. They're constantly pushing themselves. You effing see them like no lifing art all the time. What does that do to you? It motivates you. You're like, holy shiz, this person's doing this. I need to get on my effing A game or else I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna fall behind. And then it creates this culture of, oh, we are doing this. We are sacrificing all of this so we could draw more. Because XYZ person's doing it. God damn, I need to follow suit to keep up. It's like the idea of like you are the average of your 5 closest friends. So if all your 5 closest friends, right, if they're gaming all the time, if they're watching anime, they're just maybe drawing once or twice, what is that gonna make you do? It's gonna make you do the same thing, right? You're gonna feel like you're not gonna feel compelled to really push yourself because the closest people, the people you surround yourself that you consider your nakama or whatever, they're not really doing anything, you know? They're in this place of stagnancy, then you too will feel comfortable. But if there's someone, right, who's pushing the effing bar, they're trying to push themselves to the limit. When you see that, you're like, holy shiz, I need to follow suit. I need to do this so I don't fall behind. Or you're like, whoa, this guy's a little too much. I'm not gonna really associate with them because they're kind of intense. That's not for me. Then you stop being friends with them. You know, it's either you adapt or you leave behind. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest. You know, that's one of the reasons why I'm not in VC on Discord as often because I get distracted. It's it disincentivizes me to draw. I mean, me personally. For other people, it could be a place where they could focus, they could really hone in. That's great for them. Because you don't want to set the bar too high. Well, again, as I stated before, like being on VC and Discord, right? I'm I'm usually there more to yap, not because I want to really draw. I mean, I can draw, but it's very inefficient for me. I definitely get more out drawing by myself, locking myself in a dark room and just drawing by myself. I definitely get a way more value out of it. Again, some people it's different. That's okay. Or made differently. I'm not saying people do not go there to grind. People definitely do. 100%. Now, people aren't there always grinding. Yeah, of course, there's fun times. People chat around, tell stories, joke around, etc., right? But if it was a place where people were grinding all the time, it'd be a very different VC. People wouldn't be chatting as much. Let's see. Let's change up the music a little bit. Whoops, I'm changing the pose completely by doing that. Oops, I need to increase the distance. Okay. Let's see. What's another thing? I think what I need to do. Oh, I should do more mud rock sketches. Oh, whoa wee, whoa wee. I created a whole separate. I created a whole separate page just for mud rock. Finally, he's continuing it. Nah. But see what I mean by you know how I said I was gonna do an illustration, but I said I was gonna do practice, right? Remember that the amount that I'm doing the move off. I have other ones. God damn it. Whoops. Me doing this. Me breaking it down. Hold on. I think I did more in January, right? Did I do more mineral drawings? There's one. Oh, there's another one. Oh, that was me planning out Mud Rock. More Mud Rock stuff. Again, volume, baby. It's all about that effing volume. I'm drawing her so effing much before even starting, dude. Voluptuous volume. Yeah. But yeah, volume, baby. It's all about that volume. I mean, look at Fudge. Who's that guy's name? Ah, Fudge. K or 58WMW or whatever. They stream for like 8+ hours, 10 hours, right? But you see them constantly drawing, constant effingly. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, so good at art, blah, 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 blah. You know? But, you know, other people who actually understand is like, holy shiz, the amount of drawing that they're doing within that time frame. The multiple things going on. You still there's I mean it's very clean what I'm on, but there's still what? There's still drawing immense amount of volume. Even though they're so effing good, there's still drawing a whole buttload. Again, the pros, the people get really, really good. It's about those volumes. Or not voluptuous, the voluptuous volumes. In the sense of, you know, they're drawing a whole buttload. You know, let's say like a scenario, right? Let's say someone is super, 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 super smart, right? Maybe it takes them like 5% of their work of effort, right? 5% effort to get like a 90 on an exam, right? But let's say there's someone else, and maybe in order to get to the 90%, it takes them 70% effort. 70 versus 5, right? You're like, God damn, what a disadvantage to the other person, right? I mean, yeah, true. But that person who gets a 90 with 70%, what if they do 100% of their willingness to go 100%, or let's say 80%, and they get higher marks? At the end of the day, people aren't going to be like, oh, wow, this person was so efficient. They only did X, Y, Z thing and they got this close. Wow, they're so like good. They're so efficient, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, people don't care. They just care about the end result. Who are you going to pick? The person who just like, who only did 5% of their effort to get like just a 90? Or are you going to go pick the person who I think spent 80, 90%, but they get near perfect? Probably the latter. I mean, the point is, or the point I'm trying to get across, yes, there's going to be people who are going to be more talented, who get certain concepts, are able to do things easier, right? It takes them less time and effort. However, if you just outwork them, if you do so much of great of volumes, you'll become better than they are because they're not willing to put in the work. They're not willing to put in the efforts, even though it takes you immensely more. Like, okay. Like, here's a scenario, right? Let's say if you were to know life art, you're drawing every single effing day. You're doing these feedback loops. You're getting these feedback loops. And you spend 8-10 hours a day drawing. And then let's say in this example, right, let's say Deemer never draws again, or maybe he does one drawing every 2-3 months over a period of time. Let's say a span of 2-3 years. Who do you think will have the better art skill? The person who's been busting their butt nonstop, who is not as quote unquote talented, or the person who is quote unquote talented but puts in little to no effort? They do so little volume. Deemer, no, this is just an example, Deemer. Both, I guess. Here's the thing. Like, no. Example. It's because Deemer, we everyone thinks Deemer is good. I mean, he is effing good. Don't get me wrong. He is. But I'm just saying that if you were to like go so effing hard into art and are super effing consistent, you will get and Deemer did nothing. In terms of generally everything, you would be able to out art quote unquote Deemer, you know? You just have to work like a bajillion times harder. Hard work will beat out talent. Now, if they're both really talented and do a whole bunch of volume, then yeah, you can't win, bro. Literally, it's GG's no re. AKA if Deemer dude, if Deemer had the same mentality that I have, no more game, no more gotcha game, little media consumption, just art, It'd be kind of insane. Not even okay. I say this. Not even I do not know no life art. You know, I still work out. I take out of my time out to do other things. You know, I don't know life art. I think I would only like truly know life art. I mean, yes, I make a lot of sacrifices in terms of my free time. But if I were to truly know life art, holy shiz. I think that'd be institutionalized, bro. Gamer, I think Iwu is trying to manipulate you. Manipulate him to do what? To do better? Of course. Obviously. What? Should I tell Deemer not to work hard? Should I tell Deemer just play video games all the time, not draw ever again? To only make one drawing every once blue moon? Once in a blue moon? Remember what I was saying before. I'm the benchmark, man. But like, here's the thing, like in actuality, right? Because I am yapping a lot, truly, I would say the amount of hours that I actually draw maybe is 3 to 4 hours. In all honesty, it's not that much. And that's me like legitimately like drawing, you know? Again, I think saying, "Oh yeah, I draw this many hours a day, whatever." I mean, yeah, that's cool. I don't necessarily think it's indicative of how much effort you spent. It's very different when you do what, like 2 hours of extremely focused, very intentional drawing compared to 2 hours of doodling whatever. I'm not saying that you should never not doodle. Doodle is definitely a part of it. I can't wait, man. I can't wait for some random person to come in here and be like, "Wow, dude, that sounds really toxic, man. That sounds really unhealthy. That sounds very." And I'm gonna be here and be like, "Well, if you want to achieve greatness, if you want to make a name for yourself, how far are you? How far are you willing to go for your craft?" Wow, dude, you're so toxic. Well, yeah, sure, you can call me whatever, man. Just don't come crying to me about how you feel that your art is not very good, that you want more, and you literally could have, but you chose to, or you choose to do other things. Yeah, not saying there's a wrong answer. I just decided to put my time and effort into art. You didn't. It's as simple as that. I'll come in pissing. I'll come in pissing the dedication. And I'll be honest, I don't, in all honesty, I could be doing more. I honestly don't feel that I'm like that like super, what do you call it? I don't think I'm the most dedicated person, dude. When it comes to art, I'm definitely not. I think what I'm doing is very normal. Okay, I wouldn't say normal. I feel I'm doing the bare minimum. Like I feel I feel inadequate in the sense that I feel like I personally am not doing enough. I feel like I'm not drawing enough. I'm not dedicated enough. That's how I feel. And if you think I'm dedicated, you funny. Yeah, if I feel like if I were to be like like truly dedicated, like hella dedicated, I low key would have I would yap less. Hell, I would probably not like read chat. Like I would spend like few hours not reading chat and then once in a while interact or not have a mic, you know? Okay, what's up? Glazing. I'm not trying to glaze myself, man. I'm just being straight up honest though. I feel like there's a little bit too... stuff. Good. Now do more. Now do more, god damn it. Don't stop until your arms are bleeding. Until you get carpal tunnels. If you could still use your hands, that means you haven't. I mean, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Not Goot. Not Goot. What? Check Discord. I think of the horns are a little bit too small. Adjust those. What? Nanny? I don't get it. Well, yeah, you better keep drawing them, buddy. What are you saying damn for, man? Oh. You're addicted to this girl? What rock? Listen, man. I'm doing. I told you, volume, man. People want me to do an illustration of her. I will. It's just I gotta put in the way-ups. New peeps. Oh, join Discord. Can you draw a dynamic pose? Well, general or with this character? With that character, I mean, I could, but it's very out of character because this character is a tank. They're supposed to be stocky, a little bit slow, etc., etc. You know? Yeah. I'm having issues with finding more reference to follow along. Haha. Reference. Reference for what? Oh, your panels? I think it's time for you to look at films. Rotate method. Oh yeah, you could do the thing that I'm doing. Rotated, baby. Rotate your ass. Oh yeah, baby. Diva understands. Diva gets it. Look at move gestures. Like, okay. Let's see. Okay, okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I need more. Good, but I need more. Give me like 50 more, then I'll be happy. Who do we appreciate? Resting real quick before I'm cooking for DVT's event. Oh. It's BBNO $0. There you go. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. Let's effing go. I love to see that volume. Good shiz, good shiz. Yeah, who the hell is this? Hey, Google. Canadian rapper. I've never heard of him before. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let's go, Aldo. Let's go. I love to see that, man. Now, the question is, how consistently can you do that? The stomach. What pose am I gonna do next? Ooh, I could do the slang pose. Okay, what do you mean? Okay, let's see. Fern flapping her ears. Goddamn, bro. Oh, you're doing DBT's event. How many people are actually doing it? You have to draw a deer. God damn. Good luck drawing the deer, man. Holy shiz. I don't know where the thing is. Oh, is it under vent? Oh, here it is. Let's see. Ellie, Pound, M4, Hado, Igami, Star. I don't know who this is. Anger? Angry? Oh. Oh. Oh, sorry. Let me see. Okay. Pound, Diva, Bread, Spectra, DBT, M4, Hado, Bluebell, Raz, Igami, Anger. I don't know who that is. Apple. I think that's how to say their name. Apple, Ellie, Redby. Damn, that's a lot of people. Yeah, I go up. That's all I got. Okay. Nor have I seen. I haven't seen anyone else. Well, are y'all given like a week to do it? Is it a 1 day thing? I'm assuming a whole week, right? Hold on. Let me read the thing. I didn't actually read it. I just skimmed it real quick. I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. I hope everyone who does it well. I got my own things I gotta worry about. That I have to practice. Let's see. Hello artist. I am running a weekly fun event for the server to help get our creative juices flowing. The object of this event will be to use a provided reference in order to draw a creative drawing. At the start of every week, my time, I'll provide a reference for the event, and you'll have 6 days to draw. On the seventh day, I will review everyone's pieces and announce a winner. This event might sound pretty generic at first, but there's a twist. You will not be scored based on your fidelity or quality. Instead, you'll be scored based on your creativity and originality. There will be no backgrounds. This event is meant for everyone in the server. I've been sitting in VC and seeing that everyone is slowly building a squad toward very logical and fundamental drawing. So this challenge is about sparking your creativity rather than perfecting yourselves. To participate this event, you wouldn't need to say that you're joining in. All you have to do is upload a capture of the before coloring and completed piece before the scoring. All I need is a thumbs ups of this rule selections post ping reference. First reference will be released, so blah blah blah, and I'll score out of 144. Okay. Let's do Saturday, so yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. For me, I don't really care about creativity. For me, it's all about that storytelling, baby. So yeah, I'm opting out. Not saying it's a bad event. I think it's a good event. Honestly, I'm using it as an excuse to render something. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Kind of as I said before, right? If you got a goal in mind, you gotta be effing sure all the things are toward that thing. If it's not, then it's just like a distraction. So me participating in the event, it won't really increase my art skills. The creativity aspect, that's gonna take so much time out, right? I have to think of an idea. I have to thumbnail that. It takes away from what I'm trying to do. So I mean, that's why I'm not doing it. The only creative thing on this is the fact that I backlit it instead. And I only got that idea from spinning a wheel. Lol. Yeah. Oh, that's too funny. Yeah. I probably won't be doing any sort of events, any sort of group thing for a while. I think the only thing I might do that's kind of fun is maybe one of the streams I would do a magma stream. I think that would be the only thing. Or if someone else is doing a magma stream, I'd like hop on and draw just for the hell of it. But yeah, I don't think I would be doing anything else. Or like people are doing like art fight or whatnot that's gonna come soon. Yeah, I haven't done art fight. But I probably won't. Same reason as I stated before. But we'll see how long the event goes for, though. I think this first week, I think a lot of people will do it, right? And then I think by week 2 or no, maybe by week 3, I think the participation will maybe be half. Why do I say that? Remember the thing I said about consistency? Let's see how consistent everyone becomes. And I'm just being like realistic. Or I'm just being honest. Let's see. Whoops. Oh shiz. I'm okay. I think I'm at a point where I need to take a break. I'm streaming for 4 hours too. Okay, I'm gonna go take a break. Hope y'all enjoyed the stream. I'll be back. I don't know if I'll stream again today, but I'll be drawing more later. Until next time, peace. Bye.